We now return to our regularly scheduled block-based adventures. Remember, here on Twitch I have a channel Discord just below the main panel, and all past VODs go straight to YouTube. Now I do have a bit of disclosure. While offline I had to do a bit of troubleshooting to better report an issue that we had a couple of days ago. You may remember that this was originally a barrel, and our transporter fellow could not take ores and things out of this when it was a barrel. After a lot of testing and going back and forth with the mod developers, well, team members, I suppose, I found that transporters can take from barrels if they're completely surrounded by chalk marks, unless they're on the east or south side. And this face, if we turn this way and regard the minimap, this is the south face. So this setup doesn't work with the barrel because it's facing south. So, per my reports, they'll be looking into that. Not sure, not sure if or how long that will take. It's not a huge bug, it's not exactly a showstopper. And I think it has to do with a problem Minecraft has had since forever. Like, I'm not entirely sure about it, but I think that there's something we're jokingly referred to as the East-South rule, where things that involve the eastern and southerly directions just have a higher chance of going bad. So, we have our animal pen. We have a bunch of other grand goals that we've achieved recently. I should probably get these guys fed. Preferably without letting any sneak out. No, bad pig. Alright, let's get the sheep. Let's get the cows. Be fruitful and multiply. I will need you for sacrifices later. So one thing we're going to need to work on is several resource shortages. And I think the best way to handle that is to arrange a villager trading area. The big question being, where to put such a thing? And I think I'll bury it way down here, close to the nether portal, where I don't have to listen to it, and where it couldn't possibly interfere with anything else I've got going on. But basically so I don't have to listen to it. Because much like with the chicken farm... Oh, hello. There was briefly a silverfish there. As I was saying, like with the... Okay, stop it. I'm talking here. As with the chicken farm... Okay, we got through it that time. Villager trading areas are extremely noisy. And obnoxiously so. So the further from home and other work areas I place it, the happier I'll be. Now the funny part is, this is basically all I need. This is it. This is the trading hall. The reason why that's all we need is because I have Easy Villagers installed. Easy Villagers allow you to pick up villagers and create these little booths for them, and they can do all kinds of things, basically just because. It saves the whole logistical nightmare of having to like get them in boats and painstakingly get them into some kind of structure. I can just grab them, carry them around, and stick them in a glass box. So the first thing we'll need is some traders. I'm just going to take glass. I don't know why well, that's why I was looking in there. Some glass and a bit more iron than that. Maybe that much iron, maybe not. A bit of redstone. And more glass. Oh, can't do that because I don't have redstone dust yet. Now we can. So that's the shape of the thing. This is a trader. It's just a glass box that one villager can sit in. And that villager will... We can assign them a job block inside this block. And they'll just sit there and accept trades like a normal villager. Honking incessantly, also like a normal villager. I think I'll start out with 4. Just to have a number. We can also make, I guess, a breeder and some other things just to have that infrastructure down. I don't have that spare bed still, do I? I do. So the villager breeder. The converter is why we've been saving that mossy cobble. Just need one of those. Don't need the iron farm. Any wool for this incubator. And one more trader couldn't hurt, since that uses up the last of my glass panes. I also have to pull the cactus lever at some point. So I guess on the left, bottom row, we'll go breeder, and then incubator, and then converter, because those are basically infrastructure. On this side, we'll get some of these trader cells. And calling them cells is no exaggeration. Next, we'll need to find some volunteers. But before that, I am expanding this with 4 pistons, 8 sand. We'll just get that going. And I guess if I just put all these resources into my storage system here, I wouldn't have to shuffle things around and could just craft right with this. Boop. Need that, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the other blocks will essentially take care of themselves. Hello? I'm afraid I don't speak... I'm not sure what language that is, but I think those are Cyrillic characters. That's my best guess. Oh. The faction war has bled over. Enjoy your victory, sir. Just cut out the space, and 1 more space besides. Because cacti don't grow if there are blocks adjacent. I could make this a kind of auto farm instead, which would honestly be less expensive in the long run. But I enjoy the machine more. There's just that visceral satisfaction of pulling a lever and having the whole apparatus go ka-chunk. Alright, here are piston pits. First level of sand. Or redstone. Second level of sand. And the dirt to cap it all off with. And that's it. 4 more cactus placement. Hmm. You know what I could also do? Let me theory craft for a minute here. Oops. I mean, that was a fine key to press, but I didn't need it at the moment. So if I take a water bucket and put it here, what happens? That's not exactly amazing. Here? Hmm. You know, it's not great, but it's something. So we're going to modify things just a little bit. Oh, can't go there. This one's got to go. That's fine. And then it still needs lighting, which needs to be off the ground. That looks good. Okay, we're cooking here. We're cooking. So now, when I pull the lever to break all the cactus, the water pushes it all out to me, so I don't have to go looking for it. It's not a huge upgrade, it's just a small convenience feature. Now, about it being villager time, we don't want to take from this one. This is our close by supply. Oh, there's a place here we haven't looted. I know we haven't been here because the map would be filled out in a much greater radius. So I'm just going to mark that. I think we have been here and here, because the map is filled out in a big enough radius. I also keep looking here, but that's not anything. That's just rocks. That's just stone and dirt. Now this village, on the other hand, this village had a lot of villagers in it, but none of them were useful. None of them had jobs. They're just kind of hanging out. So that's where we go. This is where the kidnapping spree begins. I also wouldn't mind chopping some more wolves while I'm out here. And that happens to be one. But we do need more of these claws and fangs. I hear one. It's up there. I got a billy goat a bit to reach him. But that's just what I do. More claws. I don't need claws, I need fangs. That was neither. Well, RNG gets us again. Now it's unfortunately gone dark. Which isn't really that much of an issue. Excuse me. Coming with me. The only thing we really need to avoid is nitwits, because they're useless. So I'll take you, and this guy is a cleric who will buy rotten flesh. I don't care, we're taking him too. The nitwit can stay, he's useless, and there's no way for him to stop being useless. We have a child. Take him too. Just showed up like a thief in the night to kidnap everybody. And the Iron Golem is none the wiser. Hello. Coming with me. And if I remember right, there was nobody down here in this house. Please ignore that honking. They're in my inventory. So we'll be hearing villager honks at point-blank range until I dump these guys. Which is really the best incentive I can think of to do it as quickly as possible. Instead, we're going to flesh tear a bit. don't see any more hostiles in the area. There are bunnies, though. Wasn't really expecting bunnies. I need to get this spider's attention. It would also be nice if this flesh terror had like a higher level of looting, or if I could get the despoil enchantment on my hammer. Come on, hit the thing already. What was that? 3 missed swings? 4? Kind of an embarrassment. Anyway, the honking is getting to me, so we are out. What is this marker? What is that marker? There's just a beacon beam here. From nowhere. And it looks like an actual beacon beam. And not a waypoint beam. Could there be an evil craft structure buried under the ground? I don't think that's ever happened before. If there was, wouldn't the beacon be blocked by the ground? No. It's weird, but my inventory honks too much for me to pay it much mind. We have arrived. The baby goes in the incubator, and he will grow up. The cleric definitely goes in one of the traders. I think I can get 2 villagers into the breeder. I'll have to get them some food. I'll put these 2 villagers there. Okay, that's a good start. I put my butchery-based ingredients in here. And I guess we can break down some of this. That might be fine. Slime balls. We still need slime balls. We do have a swamp nearby. As for food items that go downstairs, look at all the melon we have. Melon and potato just begging to be baked. I also need a spare brew stand. And one of these, a rune forge. I think I'd rather make it with iron and a furnace. Oops, the green is going to be popular. That was any stone and any sandstone. Let's get us a rune forge. What other villager jobs might we need? You know what, I could go for a farmer. So this needs food, which the melons don't count as. Okay. Lesson learned. Cleric needs a brew stand to make sure he stays a cleric. And I guess these are his only possible beginning traits. You can have a rune forge. And you can come down here and be a farmer. He's buying potato. Works for me. Or should it? Wheat. Wheat and potato. I think I like that. Now this guy, selling ink is nice, but really I want him to sell dust. Unfortunately, all I can really do here is randomize his prices. I guess I'll take the cheap ink. He sells Vintium, right? No? That's not a trading option? No, things are just not coming up me today, are they? Well, at least we got the whole villager thing started. Still books, too. Maybe a librarian will help. I can also sell paper to a librarian and maybe buy bookshelves wholesale. Not using this one. Kind of forgetting why I planted that birch. Oh no. These lights are going to interfere with the cactus growth. That'll work better. Okay, crisis averted. You are now a librarian. And you buy paper and sell bookshelves. I can't get any better price on that. Well, that'll have to be good enough. For now. I can get better prices on that, but I'm not concerned right now. What was the other guy buying? Potatoes and wheat? Guess I grabbed this baked potato as a possible food source. Wheat, potato. Gotta plant potato and wheat. Or just plant potatoes among the wheat. Pigs will eat potato? Since when? I had no idea potato was a valid pig breeding crop. Alright, can you take baked potato? Also no. Well, that one will take all my wheat. You can have my paper. And that's still not enough emeralds for a single bookshelf. Now you will also buy pumpkins, which I am definitely fine with. So now we're also selling pumpkins, which for the longest time we've been harvesting a serious surplus of. Should have grabbed the pumpkin. All of that pumpkin. Well, he won't buy all of it, obviously. And it looks like it might be getting dark. So after these trades, we'll go looking for that swamp and try and catch out some slimes. Take my pumpkins. Take them all. Now he'll also buy melons, which is even better. We get 2 bookcases. Oh, I meant to put the barrel down here. Perfect. To hold things that they will buy. Oh yeah, definitely darkening. Time to find that swamp. Although, another random thought. Is there a possessed slime? No. Can't get slime balls that way. Still, good to check. Now, let's get to this swamp. If you can hear that whirring, that is my CPU fan greatly disliking resin this many chunks. But that is too bad, because my CPU fan is not in charge here. Horses. I think some occultism things require horse sacrifices. So while horses are readily available, I will grab some. What's this light? Lava? Lava. Here's the... This is a very small swamp. It's just this little bitty island. But it has a slime, which is one of the two things we need here. Ow. Surprise. The other thing we need here is these. Tarma roots are another elemental herb in Mana Anarthis, and they are biome specific. They only appear in swamps, and I believe they can also rarely appear deep underground. But that's a real long shot trying to find them there. They also at one time used to appear in extreme hills, high mountains, but I haven't seen them there in many years. And I do mean years. Basically since Ars Magica 2. Which Mana Anarthis is a formal, official sequel to, by the same developer. Miss me. Miss me. Death. It seems slimes don't have any flesh-based resources. Which is fine. Not everything does. I don't think these M&A monsters do either, which I keep checking to no avail. I wouldn't mind some lily pads. I don't know if they're required for anything. I just think they're neat. Anyway, slime situation is 24 slime balls. Pretty good. If I can't find any more, that will be fine. Sorry, buddy, you had half a heart. keep hoping that the spiders will give me fangs, but I don't think they do. In fact, I should know that they don't, because the tooltip would say so. Bone marrow comes from skeleton things, and also the warden for some reason. Anyway, let me get one of these bundles. We'll bundle up all this hunting stuff. And the arrows can go in my quiver. Now we'll go check out this smoking chimney, which is a loot house I definitely haven't been to, because we haven't been this way. And there was also a Evilcraft monument, temple, what's it, back the other direction. Dust, good. A spell skull, that's a new one. I don't think I need any more brewing stands, but I will take those pickles in preparation for stealing all the rest of the resources in here. More dust, a fishing arm, and potions. Leave the book. Marking runes, always nice. Now we tear down the light sources and leave. Light mana potion, mana restoration 2. None of those match it. But I will chug these for the bottles. Now, where did I see that Evilcraft thing? It should be obvious. It gives off a big beacon also. What's this? Another magic vaulty thing. I know all these symbols. 1 and 2 and triangle. It gave me Eldrin Sight. I mean, that's good, I guess. Not especially useful right now. And even a little bit laggy. I try to avoid giving glowing to all nearby mobs because you can't unsee it. And it's very, very obnoxious. I'm not seeing the Evilcraft beacon, which is a little strange because I know there was one. I saw it from the swamp. And it wasn't one of my waypoint markers. But I don't see that familiar stone pattern of one here on the map, so I guess I must have imagined it. Or just mistaken one of my map beacons for one. Is this even the same swamp? No. That might explain why I'm so lost. Because I'm pretty sure I saw it from the swamp island, not this larger swamp on the wrong side after looting that little house thing. My mini-map is a compass, and I still managed to get myself lost. There it is. I'm not crazy. Whoa. That is interesting. But first, any chests here? Just the one. Hey, diamonds. Rot flesh isn't terrible. 3 iron isn't terrible. Don't need that book. I'll just put all this stuff into storage. I can see all the fish. The Eldrin sight buff. We have another Mage Vault thing. Manawave Cache, they're called. And I know all these symbols, too. Even the beginner mage knows all these symbols. More dust. 2 more spells. And 2 journal pages that I may or may not be able to investigate. Then we have a ruined portal over here, and another village, and another evil craft thing. Feather falling, respiration 1. Is it really just the nuggets that are valuable here? This gold. And I just like magma blocks. Second floor. Nothing. Kind of a funny shaped house. Stealing all the hay bales. just have a few more unemployed villagers and nothing else. Chest up here, though. With so many bones. Also, I really wish diamond horse armor had a use outside of being put on horses. Like, can I strip the diamonds out of it, please? Some mods have a way you can do that, but I haven't installed any of them. Uncrafting, they call it. Or sometimes just recycling. That's the house I looted. Because all the lanterns are gone and it's between two swamps. We have llamas. Maybe in some unknown future, I might require sacrificial llamas. Who can say? Any chests here? No. Another village. I'll take this rune forge. I knew it was in here because of the M&A flowers out front. Also, this is a fascinating building, isn't it? With the 3 chimneys, I don't recognize that building. But we do have 4 buildings with rune forges in them. This is the Wizard Village. Bread and apples. Now about that interesting building. Okay, we have another rune forge. Campfires. Carpets over more campfires. I mean, the present... Somebody took damage. But from what? Falling? And they have a rune scribing table. Another journal page. Another rune. Mana potion 2, and I have that record already. Mana potion 2 will go on my belt. I guess you guys can keep this brazier. I'll let you have it. Rune scribing table. I need it. Pedestal, I will also take. And this rune forge. I don't know what all of the campfires and chimneys are about. But they're all just that. Campfires and chimneys. Anyway, great place, stole everything. Ruined portal. More things to steal. Life stealing, unusing. I don't really care. Let's see what our harvested spells do. Focus, amplify magic. Useless. Self-insect swarm. That is even more useless, I think. I can summon an insect swarm, but do they attack things? It looks like they might. Maybe this is useful. And then here we have Sigil Soar. It's a big sigil. And it applies Soaring, which is a magical pseudo-elytra. Also, what the heck is this Reaper's Gaze that keeps popping up around me? Well, while we have something like 4.5 minutes of soaring. Oh, we're here. I was going to say I could look for this place and investigate and loot, but we have already arrived. Some more dust, more chimerite, another potion from my belt, and 2 more spells. I don't need a wooden axe arm. That we're just going to ignore. I think now would be a good time to see if Insect Swarm does anything. Summon. Attack. No, it's pointless. I guess it's pointless. Elytra soaring into trees. This is bad. Or it would be, if I wasn't a little bit good. We just casually alight atop a tree that would kill us if we rammed it. So, Insect Swarm spell, worthless. Or maybe I just don't understand what it's supposed to do. Either way, I'm getting rid of it. As cool as this brick fireplace is, It's kind of taking up space. Okay, it's really taking up space. I can definitely better arrange this stuff. It's been a lovely build to visit, but it's a little awkward to live here. There's the blast furnaces, bit of lighting. Rune forges. I guess I'm not placing the last one. Sigil Sore is good, as previously stated. A spare rune scribing table is very good for reasons. You guys can have your coal back. You can have some charcoal. Block this chimerite. And I needed a slime ball to make a biomancy station. This one. They can also be decomposed into regen fluid, which it seems there are other ways to get, but not as efficiently. Good to know. Though I kind of do want to wipe these golden carrots off the board. Okay, can I study these? Can't study that one. Can't study that one. Can't study that one. So they go in the green pack. This bundle contains things and stuff that I'll have to pull out. And this is 2 sharp claws, 2 raw meats. I was just watching, yeah. I was just watching to see if zombie flesh was a possibility. It is not. 'tis not. This is not the right door. Not right this minute, anyway. Now I need these claws, a living flesh, and I guess we're set to go. Put that there, one I use here. And what happened to... I guess I was using chicken. I thought I'd set aside some lamb chop. Apparently not. Oh. I should have paid attention to lighting in here. That's better. Bioforge. Creepy little devil, isn't it? But this little thing is the crafting method for practically everything in the mod. It can make Nautilus shells if you have the right pieces. It can make string out of fibers and mineral fragments. If only I'd had that a while back. It can make leather out of tough fibers and elastic fibers. Also, there's apparently a banner pattern. Who knew? Storage sack, which is kind of like a chest. Roughly. Vaguely. Fleshy doors. Membranes that adult and baby mobs can do things with. So these are new. These semi-permeable membranes are new. I haven't seen them before. Biolanterns. The Fleshkin chest is very interesting. I mean, it's a chest. It's also a chest that if anyone other than the person who placed it tries to open it, it bites them and does not allow itself to be opened by anyone other than the owner. It's also a flesh hopper, which is faster. And all kinds of other fun stuff. Got some more bits and bobs to put away here. And really, bits and bobs are the best way to describe them. I took the carrots here to blend them. So you can eat the gold carrots. I have to listen to that crunching and munching. Through the walls. Okay. Do you accept bread? You do. Do you accept carrots? You also do. Raw wheat? No. Raw meat? No. Raw potato? Yes. Alright, we've determined what they'll eat. The other stuff I'm carrying isn't of much use right now. We just use it to learn some things. The other thing is that the rune scribing table is going in there for my next villager. They have a baby. Fantastic. We'll let him grow up. And this converter is a very powerful block. It basically simulates a zombie, or a villager being zombified and then cured to lower their prices. All in one convenient block, with no risk of the villager accidentally dying. It just requires the usual ingredients for that process. I believe a potion of weakness and a golden apple for the conversion back. Come to think of it, practically all this stuff belongs in my storage center. And not at all in these chests. We're starting to run out of space here. But that's okay. That can be fixed. And the way that gets fixed is by making storage stabilizers. There's the tier 1, which you can make up to 5 of, possibly up to 6, though I haven't tried. But I know that it can take up to 5. I mean, where's the diagram? Despite this diagram showing 4 stabilizers pointed at it, you can fit a 5th above it. And I haven't tried putting one underneath, facing upward, but I can't think of any reason why that wouldn't work. I guess something to test, since I'm going to be building these anyway. So the tier 1 stabilizer is a white book, blaze powder, a purified diamond, block of copper, and some other stone. Then you can make a tier 2, which is a block of silver, 2 diamonds, the previous stabilizer, and a gas tier. Going to the 3rd stage is the previous one, 4 purified diamonds, gold block, and a nether star. So this is where it starts to get a little wild. And the final step is 8 purified diamonds, a dragon head from the boats at the end, and a block of Eisnium. We've seen how much of a pain Eisnium is to harvest. But I should be able to knock out a few of these no problem. Assuming, of course, I have the books. Which means the leather, which could be an issue. Also, this is a block. This doesn't go in here. Maybe it should, though. Whatever. Not concerned with the specifics and semantics of my own storage system. I do need to fill this up, though, so I can get to the Promise of Tenacity 3. Tenacity 3 is a diamond block and costs 160 buckets of blood. Actually, because I have 2 promises of productivity, I could probably get away with 80 buckets. What else? Eye of Ender, not a problem. Does it bubble? No. It will not function unless full. Anything I can do with these spikes? Don't need the claws. Oh. Free looting 2. And blood extractors. And then whatever this is. Summon zombies. Let's not. I will take this thing, though. I don't need that one. I can use this one. The faster one. Oh, they're the same speed. This one would have been cheaper. I don't really care. I need another 40-something buckets of blood in there. This is not enough. Alright. We're making 2 of these. And I need another Luke. Aha. More leather than I thought I had. One for this, and then 4 more for stabilizers. Doing 2 things at once again. We're stripping looting 2 off of these vein swords. Because if you're going to give me free looting 2, I'm going to exploit it. Refill. Blood book. Looting 2 vein sword. Excellent. These unenchanted vein swords are garbage. Now then. Looting 2 and looting 2 makes looting 3. Looting 3 and the heavily enchanted Flesh Plunderer makes an even better Flesh Plunderer. Purify these. Put the diamond block back in there. And how's my blood tree situation? What is this? That's a 288 bucket tank. I made a chunky tank there, didn't I? Doesn't quite fill it. What I need is another tank to combine with my extractor to go from 37 buckets to 181 buckets. Not bad. It's a rather large capacity increase. Now does this fill it? It does. And it immediately... Oh no, I took the blood. Now place the blood. Now it's working. I always forget that the first click removes blood instead of placing it in. Okay, I've got these. What else do I need? 4 diamonds, 4 blaze powder, 4 blocks of copper. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where are the rest of my blaze? Oh, it's still downstairs. And then anything else I might need should already be downstairs. Maybe. Let's put half the blaze rods in here just to be sure. Better to have a universally accessible storage than just a locally accessible storage. I don't have any readily accessible white dye. That's okay. That's what the bones are for. Four white books, all with names. Not that. This. I need to make other stone pedestals, which will include slabs. 4 of them. That's 3. That's 4. So these are all the ingredients for making this, and there's no sacrifice or use component. So I just come right over here to Tier 1 binding and get this going. Blaze powder. And the book. You know, the magic room might actually be nice here. That way I wouldn't have to hang around. I could basically have a mini janitor collecting this stuff for me. So let's go make that and then stop worrying about having to stick around so our items don't despawn. That's a stick. And one of the many hay bales we've been stockpiling. And 2 dust. And then we need to draw Circle Capistro. the craft still isn't done, I don't think. You would have seen the message pop up. Yeah, this is still running. There we go. One storage stabilizer. Place a barrel and a broom. And just to make sure it works, it does. Slightly delayed, but it does. Second stabilizer. Do we have the resources to upgrade this one? I think we might. I'm not sure about the gas tiers. No, don't really have the gas tiers. Now up to 384 from, what was before, 180? 130 something? This is now a diamond acceptor. Which we combine with the bowl. And an eye. To make the tier 3 promise. This opens up the third upgrade slot, and frankly I'm not sure what that's for. Because there are only 2 types of upgrades. Maybe there's a cap on how high they can stack, and you can then decide whether you need more productivity or more velocity. Not really sure. We can now redust the bowl and hang on to this promise, because I could make another machine later that might need it. Saw the pop-up message that the second stabilizer is done. Not quite done growing yet. Close though. Second stabilizer is put away. Perfect. Prepare the third stabilizer. We're now up to 640. Hello. What you doing up there? Don't put glass on top of my... He just showed up to put Podzol on top of my Arboretum. What a dick. Arboretum. Atrium. Conservatory? I don't know. It's a building full of bees. But it's not an apiary, because it contains an apiary. So, who knows what it is. Now, a tier 3 Bowl of Promises does nothing that a lower bowl won't do. Okay, well, I guess I can make more promises of productivity and velocity now. But the major thing is these ender tiers, which I can now convert to gas tiers. It's not cheap to do so, but I do so at roughly half price. I guess what I could do before getting that started is to make it even cheaper. So we get those blocks of iron processed for promises of productivity to further reduce the blood cost. We retrieve our third stabilizer and begin placing the ingredients for the fourth. Everything going according to plan. Except for the part where I don't have pylons to put these on. A problem easily fixed. One, two, three, the fourth space away. I think? Yeah. No, there's 1, 2, and then the third one is the thing. So yeah, fourth space away. 1, 2, 3. I guess I don't really need these to be that far away on this side. They can be close in. Range isn't real. I heard that. Bonk. Come on in. You'll pay for that. You will pay for your dive bombing. For your sins. Death. Alright. Fourth storage stabilizer is ready. Cactus. Cactus gets swept. Perfect. That does exactly what it needs to. Iron and bowl and lapis and productivity and redust. Add the productivity. Reprocess the bowl. And this should be happy that I made a broom. Or was making a... oh yeah, craft a magic broom. Apply a patch. Now we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tasks. Which we need to do 2. Mana Crystal wouldn't be bad. Well, Mana Crystal Fragment anyway. The full Mana Crystal is a bit more challenging. So it looks like Mana Crystal Fragment. And then... sheesh, and then what? Because the full Mana Crystal is basically off the table. Unless I put together another moat workstation. I need to get working on my fleshcraft as well. That's something that needs to be done. This isn't the right way for that. I'm confusing myself, but at least I get this. The Phantoms are still out. Which is fine. They don't bother me. Bonk. Well, I've got all the llamas and horses that I should put back. Look at these stored in the pen. Ow. The Phantom got me in here? Well, now you can't get out, you idiot. Good move. Our animal pen is now very crowded. With all kinds of creatures. Bonk. Come get another critical bonk. Oops. Oh, right. It's a hammer. Yeah, that doesn't need to be a Tetra workbench. There. Most, but not all of the melon. I'll take this too. You have unwisely allowed me to notice it. I can hear the pigs losing their minds. All because I was carrying carrots. Now, back in the Department of Squishy. We also now have biotic matter, which does what? It makes dirt, and it can make nutrient paste, I guess, inefficiently. Or it can be crafted into things. So I guess I'll find a spot for that too. And the regenerative fluid. Honestly, I should just have this as the fluid compartment. Now what can we make? Another decomposer, maybe? No, we haven't needed more than one yet. There's the bio-injector, which is interesting but not presently useful. Spikes. Contact damage spikes. Cheap, too, if I had fangs. I can make fangs, but I don't think I have lithic powder. Yeah, I'm not seeing lithic powder on that wall. Organic vials made from fibers, they go with the bio-injector. There's the bio-lab, which is used to make serums for the injector. And then we have these ravenous claws. Which are a kind of spooky weapon. Kind of spooky. I mean, that 3 attack damage is not great. The 4 attack speed is kind of a lot. And then there's Blood Charge. So the more you use it, the more you charge its advanced mode that does more damage and is even faster. I don't think I have the... Yeah, I only have 2 claws currently. I would need 3 to make it. And then, of course, there's all these flesh blocks. Which, as far as I'm aware, are just decorative. I can't read the text, that these are flavored with. But theoretically I could build out this whole room in flesh. Just for thematic completeness. Could. Probably won't. It's just a cool mod. It doesn't offer a whole lot unless you like the squishy, fleshy aesthetic. The claws are interesting, though definitely not the best available weapon. You got another baby. Another baby to grow. And there's a runesmith who can sell me chalk and marking runes. He can also sell me unfired plates instead of chalk. Can I get cheap unfired plates and cheap runes? I think that 10 and 10 was my best shot. Ooh, 9 and 10. Not gonna get much better than that. Alright, you can have my pumpkins. And my melons. And that's all you can buy is wheat, potatoes, pumpkin, melon. And you sell things I really don't care about. We'll buy more bookshelves. And at some point I'm just going to have to buy ink just to work this guy's trades up. I mean, the ink is useful in and of itself, but having a ton of it, not so much. Okay, I think I am going to work toward Mana Crystal. Full Mana Crystal. Which is, again, 8 crystal fragments and a mote of magic. The crystal fragments themselves also go into other things, like this bracelet, this orb, bigger crystals. So I guess in terms of mana crystals, as long as I'm making them, I'm going to want 8 for the mana crystal, and then 9, 10 for 2 of these, 11 for this, and I am planning on going this route, so 12. This, I can kind of take or leave. Are there any better amulets? I don't know what these do. I can kind of guess what this one does. Theoretically, I could make an Ender Guard now. Don't know what that does. Could make Warding. Don't know what that does. But I'm getting distracted. Apparently, the Spellmonger can sell them, but he has to be maxed. So once again, that was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 Mana Crystal Fragments. 12 Purified Vindium Dust, and a bunch of Chimera. I should make more of this anyway. And I have spare flowers. So half of this goes in my prac pouch. For rituals, and the other half is coming over here. Now it's Chimera time. Honestly, I can't need more than 12. And I'll probably need less than. Because it's 8 per, not 9 per. I'm not going to do the math on that right now. There, I've done the math on it. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. And one of these. And circle, diamond, square, diamond. Ding, 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 ding. Just instantly recraft without having to draw the nodes again. And I'm out of mana. Ding, ding. Well, the mana potion actually did something. Now what do I do with all these crystals? I know. Stuff them in another barrel. Next up is the Mana Crystal, which is 8 of them in the Mote of Magic. Mote of Magic is the Ritual of Forgotten Lore. which, last I knew, was a bit more involved than other rituals to set up. It needs 10 items around the outside of the ritual that improve enchantment strength. Okay, it's not demanding bookshelves specifically anymore, which means I could do it with occultism candles. Well, that would be fantastic. Although there was something I saw in the block catalog for this mod that might also do something. It was this bookshelf. I don't know what what the bookshelf or scroll shelf do. I was just kind of eyeing them a while back. Bookshelf. It was the crafting recipe. Where's the explanation of what it... Here we are. Artifice bookshelves. They store things. And that's about it. They are a storage block. Scroll shelves are for storing journal pages, items with spells, potions. I want one. 2 silver, chest, 4 planks. Still have a spare chest. 2 silver. I'll need sticks for the fence posts. Just grab a bunch of planks. Scroll shelf. That looks really cool. Into that, place all these writings I've been hanging on to. Perfect. I can also use it to store all these golem parts. I don't need this book in here. The book can be stored with the rest of my stuff. The golem parts can go in here. There's so much space in this thing. It's amazing. The smithing table in the ground. I don't think there's anything else I want to go put. Well, I can put the wand there, but the wand is useless. I think if I move everything M&A over here, then I'll forget where it is. So we will keep things as they are. Hello. We'll just leave you be. So what I want to do here is this way we'll make our faction selection room, and this way we'll make our our Ritual of Forgotten Lore room, which I always do as offshoots to the spell altar, to the spell making ritual room. It's just a pattern I have. So Rituals, Forgotten Lore, it's under 7x7, which means a 9x9 because it needs a border. To kick things off, as usual, we'll get my break staff, which is almost broken itself. Bam. And that is 5x5. I guess I'll use the last charge here. Oh, it just breaks. I should have known that, because I broke it one before. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And let's get cutting. The room will not need to be this tall. So that's a bit of an oversight on my part. Bit of a waste of the staff's power. The other dimensions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Got our work cut out for us here. Actually, you know this would be a good time to test? This stone cutter. Stone cutter, reveal your secrets. Okay then. It's a wide, sweeping mining tool. What? which is interesting and probably would be more useful down in the mines proper, because it's not great when I'm trying to cut something of a specific size. But hey, now we know what it does. Now we have our 9x9 space cutout, temporary lighting. It's time to consider what it's going to look like. I could just do this same block type again, but I don't really want to. This is for the Ritual of Forgotten Lore for the Mote of Magic. Mote of Magic doesn't really have a color scheme per se. It's kind of rainbowy, which makes it very difficult to select blocks for. Magenta, perhaps? I think flesh would be the wrongest decision. I also need to upgrade my enchanter at some point. That requires amethyst, we'll have to find a geode, and then we'll need netherite, which we have. What is this? Don't care. Cushions. Okay. And sheets, which go into fancy beds. Interesting. I mean, I knew I had this mod installed, I just didn't know what it did. Or if I'd ever want to use it. But it's there, in case I feel like really decorating. Tome of Recipes. What? What? What is this? What does it do? Explain yourself. Tome of Recipes. Allow you to copy any recraft recipe and restore it. Oh, so it's a storage thing. So I could hold on to this and wouldn't have to redo all of the glyphs or replace these items in here. Okay. That's interesting. All the zillions of staffs. I don't know if they have different stats or anything, or if they're just different looking. Rain cloud in a bottle. Don't know what that is. But I'm getting distracted. We are here to find some kind of aesthetic block. Not golden parts. definitely not these expensive infused stone blocks. Because they are extremely expensive. Okay, so that's not really extremely expensive per se. It's more a pain in the neck to craft in bulk. We'll need them in bulk later. So I'd just rather not. What other kinds of normal-ish blocks? Amethyst would be really nice, but again, we don't have any. Crying Obsidian is too rare and expensive. That's netherite. Definitely not. I like how chipped can do all different kinds of snow blocks, but you can't tell if they're different. Mud has an interesting color. How do you get mud? Because I kind of like the color. This is all mushroom stuff, hay bales, altered shroom lights. We could just do planks. There's no reason not to do planks. Ooh, fancy barrels. Fancy ladders. A ladder that looks like rails. All the stained glasses, all the wools. Andesite and basalt. I really like the basalt. Huh. I thought we couldn't chip deep slate. Didn't I try? Mossy cobble. Nether bricks. Regular obsidian. Purple and quartz are kind of out. Copper and gold. Huh. Raw iron ore blocks definitely have a color. Stone, smooth stone. Smooth stone, something to remember from later. Then we have the colors of terracotta. The colors of glazed terracotta. Which glazed terracotta is just a good look. All the concretes, all the bricks, and apparently we can change around the colors of pointed dripstone. redstone blocks, torches, sea lanterns, and that's it. That is the end of our item list. Yeah, I thought I couldn't chip this. Any chipped deep slate? But how do you chip deep slate? Oh no. It has to be cooked deep slate. Well, I think that's a worthy investment. And upgrade our gold backpack to a diamond one. Because we have so much spare diamond. Even more space. Now, about this deep slate. There we go. That's usable. So the first step here is a border. I think that'll be it. Yeah, thick inlaid for the border. Excuse me. Suddenly very dry. Cactus is doing well. And we'll hold on to this. Dry throat is not much improved yet. Perfect. That's our border. Now I just need to worry about chalk mark space and negative space. Which I kind of don't want to be the deep slate. It could be polished, there's certainly merit in that. Maybe a nice polished andesite, which I already have some. And we'll chip some cobblestone for the negative space. Alright, so it's that, and then 9 more. It's 8. Inevitably, plus 1. So those are all the chalk rune spaces. I guess maybe the negative space can be more deep slate because it doesn't need to contrast with itself. It just needs to have some kind of pattern so it's obvious that I don't want. I mean, the check should be fine. Because all it needs to do is look like somewhere I don't want to put runes. Where am I going without actually chipping this? Oh yeah. This gets the point across very nicely. I just need to raise up the headspace. All hail extremely well-honed iron pickaxe. I guess that's fine for light. The ceiling is too high. Which will have to later be contrasted with the choosing faction ritual, which the lighting will not be high enough. The ceiling will not be high enough. Bees are working. I wanted... not that, something like it. This one. Maybe I did want the runic. I've forgotten what I was looking for. Perfect. Also, pickaxe needs repairs. I need to breed and cull some cows. How do I only have 4 cows? In this great big mess of animals, I should really have more than 4 cows. Oop, didn't mean to hit the horse. Alright, meat's going there. These go somewhere else. Wool goes here, though maybe it shouldn't. Of all the biomancy ingredients, sinew is the easiest. Which means these elastic fibers are easily the most common. Because that's what comes out when you digest sinew. Elastic fibers and some flesh bits. Begin the rite. I'll need one of these. Oh, right. I knew that. That should do. Bingo. Apply the reagents. And now we need to have the pouch remember it. Which I think I'll put it here. Pattern stored. Fire it up. And I'll need this. Bolt of magic. I will smash you. Now the Bone of Magic allows me to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these. And mash them all together into a big block. Circle, diamond, square, diamond, circle, square. Circle, diamond, square, diamond, circle, square. And there we go. We've made the mana crystal. That's not right. It's supposed to hang straight down, not at a funky angle like that. Why is it? Why is it doing that? Mana crystal is visually broken. And keeps swinging around into the next block over. It's fine if it sits on the ground. And it's fine if it sits on a wall. Because it thinks it's on the ground. So with that in mind, it can go here. So I don't have to worry Now, I advance to Tier 3 by selecting my faction with one of the 4 rituals. This is a big choice. Because you may remember a few days ago when we looked at the later tiers of sorcery, some spells have faction logos next to them, and only those factions can use them. This is more than a little frustrating to me because things like Crucible, I don't know what that is, or does, or means, and the book isn't going to tell me until I reach that tier. Camouflage, Collapse, Crystallize, Crucible isn't here because I'm not a Tier 3 mage yet. What I do know is that Eldrin Flight takes a lot of the guesswork and nonsense out of the next tier. Because without Eldrin Flight, finding and claiming the little elemental sites of powers, the elemental sites of power that are invisibly lurking on the map, this makes them very easy to find. And it's also a ridiculously powerful travel spell. There's also Recall, which is the teleportation spell. And only the Council gets it. So given the options, and what I know about how the various factions operate, Eldrin Flight and Recall are, by themselves, more important than anything any other faction could possibly offer. I mean, the demons can cast Nethergate and just teleport to the Nether from wherever they want. Sounds great. Maybe it'll land you in lava. I guess you could get some kind of fire resistance before doing that, but it's still a very dangerous thing to try. Extra hearts would be nice from the demons. And then the Fae get greater invisibility and heal way up at the top tier. The Fae, Fae Court, this little pink-haired thing, gets nothing at tier 4. I hope they get a really nice artifact at that level. So yeah, there's the other problem with going demons, potentially, is the demons change the way your mana bar works. You see my mana bar says 700 out of 700, and it's just purple, vaguely periwinkle. Not Searing Inferno. Burning Hells. What's this about a demon arena? I'm sorry, what's this about a demon arena? What's a demon arena? Oh yeah, there's also the whole thing where choosing a faction at this stage makes all the fun and interesting powerful mobs that we've been ignoring all this time, the ones that aren't our friends, will decide they hate us now. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Demons trade in their mana for brimstone. Brimstone recharges faster in hot biomes and slower in cold biomes. We live in a taiga, which I guess is not cold enough because it doesn't snow here, it still rains, per the text. But there's all that ice right over there, and I'm not moving to a hot biome for better mana recharge. Brimstone also lowers spell cooldowns and increases modifiers, basically power-based modifiers. And if you run out of Brimstone mana, it'll consume your hearts. So it's a bit risky. It's also worth noting, though not mentioned here, that the Brimstone bar is smaller than the mana bar. You lose a great deal of max mana by going demons and trading mana for Brimstone. The Demon Relics, the Hellfire Staff, Ember Glow, and fire-based spell components. Demons can enchant their wands with flame. And there's Fairy Quartz. Fae traded mana for Summer Fire or Winter Ice. This is also new to me. This didn't exist the last time I played. Summer Fire powers up spells during the day, makes them weaker at night. Winter Ice powers up at night while making them weaker during the day, and you can switch with the Ritual of Shifting Seasons. That's pretty cool. I don't particularly care for the mechanic, but I must concede it's interesting. There's the Elytra, Spectral Elytra, which uses mana to fly, an Invisibility Bracelet, Decoy, and Heal. Things with thorns on their wands, and that's their icon. Council. I like the Council. It doesn't say a darn thing about trading in your mana for a new resource as the Council, because they just keep mana. You basically stay human. The Arcane Crown, bonus mana, is a very powerful head relic. The Bracelet of Eldrin Power is a little hit or miss. Basically, if you cast a lot of spells repeatedly, some of them will be free. Very hard to predict how that'll work. And the wizards like enchanting their wands with power. Which seems to do a lot. And then the undead. The undead are weird. The undead change you in 2 or 3 major ways. The first thing is that your mana bar becomes a souls bar, and you lose natural regeneration of it. You refill your mana through kills or performing rituals. It's a bigger bar, but you lose regeneration. So even basic tasks like crafting with the Mana Weaving Altar or repairing mage armor is going to make your mana disappear. And you have to kill things to get it back. You sleep in coffins as if they were beds. Burn in sunlight, but gain water breathing and perfect vision underwater. So basically you make yourself a swimming spell, and rather than flying, you just use the ocean for travel. Which is kind of spooky, kind of fun. But, you also burn in sunlight unless you wear a helmet. Night vision spell is permanent. Interesting. And they can put Frostwalker on their wands, which do things. And they get more summons. It's also worth noting that when you become undead, not only do the undead faction monsters ignore you, but regular skeletons and zombies do too, because you're undead now. But my choice, again, is clear. It's the Council. The other factions have some interesting abilities, but mostly they just have hassle. I prefer the utilitarian simplicity of Council. Over all the benefits and drawbacks, especially, of all the other factions. So, in order to Council, we need Ritual of the Wizards Council. Apparently, if I find a Council Great Hall, I can challenge the Councilors to a duel. This whole challenging faction leaders to a duel thing is also very new to me. Anyway, I'm going to need another 9x9 space. Which is going to be right here, and I don't have my break staff anymore because it broke. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know what? We won't give this one a border. We'll just stick with 7x7. There's the lava. It's immediately above us. I just saw the lava drips coming in that block. That's okay. I don't want to play with the lava. I just want all this copper. And especially this Vintium. Vintium in extremely high demand. Look at it all. I have a pickaxe honing available, but I don't really have much left that I can hone my pickaxe with. Jeez, look at all that copper. You know what? Give me this thing. We'll go to town with this thing. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. The stonecutter has spoken. A very coarse tool, but now I can... Huh. A very coarse and unpredictable tool. And this is below floor level, so I can just block all this in. I don't need this space for aesthetic floor blocks. Huh. More stonecutter weirdness. Somehow slicing underneath blocks without slicing the blocks above the underneath blocks that were sliced. Now, this is a ritual where the ceiling almost can't be high enough. I simply don't know how high it basically needs to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. 10 lighting. Put away the cutter because it's weird. And we need another block palette. Which will probably be cobblestone based. Doesn't necessarily have to be. Geez, so much copper. There. I'm blocking the raw copper so I don't have to think about it. Definitely thinking polished deep slate for the rune blocks. Also, the sound of this lava is bothering me. That is the rune for the council. I will get some chipped stuff for my negative space here. What are we looking at? Stone, cobblestone, cobbled cobblestone, redundant, tiny brick, I could do the engraved. And then smooth stone is all the same stuff but a paler gray. Right, it's a start. Yeah, that looks like negative space, alright. These tiles are way too busy to stick a rune on. Was that a lava drip? No, it couldn't have been. That's cobblestone. Once I get around to actually performing this ritual, you'll see why the ceiling practically can't be high enough. It's kind of another mote of fire blast furnace situation. I don't really care what my filler blocks here are. The whole aesthetic right here is that I just cut it into the rock and decorated what I cared to, and didn't what I didn't. Will that be high enough? I'm still not sure. That was the lava. That little flicker of light. I ran out. No, I didn't. I just used the wrong block for scaffolding. Okay. this looks pretty good. Let's get the chalk out. And unfortunately, one of the ritual components is another mote of magic. So I'm going to need to do this one again. Which means we're going to need feathers. Such a shame these aren't Botania chickens. Also a big shame that all they can drop is sinew, apparently. Oh, nope, also bile glands, that's fine. Nice to have those. Whoops. Let me just room out of here. More sinew. Nope, get in the hole. Get in the chicken hole. Hey. Where did one of my gourd seeds go? Alright, it's nap time. I'm very tired of the phantoms. Ooh, about 30 books. And I'll need more ink sacks. Maybe I can plunder... Yeah, maybe I can plunder for the ink sacks. See if squid drop anything interesting. For fleshcraft purposes. Not seeing any squid though. Oh, there's one. Have I already tried this? Because I don't remember. Well, they've got bile glands anyway. I need some kind of magnet ring. Collector's ring, perhaps. Is that what I want? Not the recipe. All it will tell me is the recipe, not what it does. Ring of Collection. No. It causes break spells to teleport the dropped items into my inventory. Not what I want. Away. All the creepy, goopy things. And let's get some motes of magic. Oh right, it doesn't. I need vellum. Which means more leather. Never enough leather, even with all the means I have at my disposal to make more. I can repair my chalk. Amazing. Now, instead of creating vellum in a cauldron, I can also just right-click on a water source. But that trades 1 leather for 1 vellum, as opposed to 1 leather for 2. So, why would anyone do it that way? Anyway, now we have vellum. And now we can go create motes of magic. Also, I should probably replant something. Looks like wheat. Mission accomplished. Wheat is wheated. Now we come down here and the pouch goes, bam! There's everything we need. You know, I really should have put a speed patch on it. That would have been the way to go. I'll definitely have to make another patch at some point, or another pouch at some point, because you can't take patches off a pouch. And a pouch can only fit a limited number of patches. It doesn't tell you how many. You just kind of run out. Alright, I guess that'll do for now. I'll select this slot, even though it's not really necessary that I use a whole slot for this. Books. And a purified. I use purify to make these runes live. Place the books. 1, 2, 3. Place the moat. Now I need 2 emeralds and 2 spell books, which I'm pretty sure I'm out of paper for. Again. Yeah, 8 leather, 4 paper. Also, my spellbook needs to hide for a minute, so it's not accidentally placed as a reagent. Because that would be embarrassing. Also, this is a cool feature I haven't shown off. If I reactivate this, then the floating symbols of the items that are already in place disappear. Now, what we have are the floating symbols of the items that we still need. So, 2 emeralds and 2 spellbooks remain. Those books can go in there, as can the chalk. Spellbook. Yeah, there's no alternate recipe here, it's just Need more paper, which means more sugarcane, which I don't currently have. So we're going down here to cut some manually. I have leather in here, but I have more that should be in here. I forgot about that dye. Six string. There we go. 2 spellbooks, which, notably, don't stack. Also in my frack pouch, let's open the moat area and deposit our moats that we have. Spellbook, spellbook, neither of which were mine. Emerald, emerald, begin. I didn't copy it to the pouch. It's not too late. Copied to the pouch. Let's remove the pin and symbols. Triangle and square and circle and square and inverted triangle. Finally. The council has arrived. I step into the center. I manually changed the camera there. This could be done in first person mode, but why? Time to float. We're floating. We're floating way up into this cavity that I carved. And they're shooting us with lasers. Laser beam. We are now a counselor, and our mana bar is now covered with runes. I like that runic border. That's actually really cool. I also think that wasn't part of this before, so the mod is being actively updated, near constantly as far as I know. Also, I now have 3 bonus hearts for leveling up as a Wizard. My Wizard power grows. What are our next goals? Cast a tier 3 cantrip. Craft a spell with complexity 50. Craft an Eldritch Orb. That's part of why I made the extra crystal fragments. Craft a faction artifact. Animate a construct containing at least 3 iron or gold parts. Strip an item with a disenchanter. This is nice. In previous versions of the mod, these objectives that I've already completed would not be green. I'd have to do these things again. Follow an Eye of Ender, so presumably find the stronghold. It used to actually say find the stronghold. Reach level 45. Given the rate at which I cast spells, that's probably going to happen. Build a Sanctum. Enchant using the Runic Anvil, also a pain in the neck. Summon the Wither, and scribe a rote spell using the transcription table. So there's a lot of options here, all of which sound fairly complicated. Possibly unfairly complicated. We now have access to Tier 3 spells, including Arcane Damage, which only council members get. Only council members can do non-elemental, non-physical damage. So it's just damage that ignores armor. That's all there is to it. We get access to Cone, Chain, which at one time was my favorite shape. We can finally read about Crucible, even though we can't use it. Eldrin Flight is on the table. Radius to make spells bigger. Rift is finally available. Recall. Recall is... I hope he's changed it. Let's look up Recall and I'll explain why Recall is a bit of a pain. And then Summon, which requires a lot of work to get running. Can be worth it though. Certainly was worth it in the past with some other mods. I still have these I haven't identified. Anyway, let's get our book out. And first of all, Recall. Here it is, Recall. So I can use a Rune of Marking in my hand to teleport to the marked location instantly. Really. The Mark spell no longer exists. An interesting choice, but I see your point. It can go 500 blocks per magnitude. "500 blocks is not that far." Yeah, Mark no longer exists. It uses full magnitude. I only have access to lesser magnitude. Oh. The way it's written is now a lie. Magnitude makes it function on stronger mobs. I don't think I'll ever need that. It's range I need. In previous versions, when it was magnitude, raising magnitude was really expensive. Like, mana cost is already 72. Well, that's it. That's it. Complexity 55 without it. Add 1 point of range. Complexity 80, can't do it. 2 points of range. Complexity 105. Definitely can't do it. So this is a 500 block tilt. What is this? Why is there a blank server message? What happened there? So this is a 500 block teleport. That's really not a lot of space at all. Certainly not if I leave home. It's good for teleporting around the base. Like, I could set up a teleport point down in the Ritual of Earth room and a teleport space inside the spell altar area. I'm also going to need a Ritual of Air space, which I could put up in the, which has to be up in the sky. I could put a teleport there. There's a water one, which maybe I could get away with putting in this river somewhere. Or maybe in the snow? Yeah, because there are moats I haven't even done yet. And I'm going to need all of them. What's this? Night becomes day. Not what I want. Deep ocean. Can only be performed while in an ocean biome. So that's not even a water biome. That has to be an ocean. Where's the nearest ocean? Here, maybe? No, that's river. Frozen river. 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 Also sunflower plains. Still river. This is my nearest ocean. Unless Nature's Compass can find a closer one. Cold ocean. 1200 to the southeast. How about regular ocean? $1,400. Warm ocean? Almost 5,000. Lukewarm ocean. Almost 3,000. Frozen ocean. 1,400. So yeah, the 1,200 distance ocean is my closest ocean. That was cold ocean in that direction. That's where my Ritual of Water is going to have to be. Not fun. I got some gas tiers though, which I was going to use to upgrade my inventory thing. But yeah, a 500 block teleport. At this tier, that's nothing. It's useless. But if I build it with the range component, even though I'm not increasing the range component, I think I can just plain increase its range later. Because these will be movable. Like here, I can just, my max complexity is now 60, so I can just nudge the range up by 1. Now Ore Seeker is slightly better. Who needs the Ritual of Alteration? I can just kind of tweak it. Of course, you have to have the modifier, like range, on the spell beforehand. And we also finally get access to Emanation. Emanation and Focus. Smite and Wall. Some of the good shapes. I want to look up what Focus actually does, though. Shape, Focus. Continually affect a point in front of me as long as I concentrate and will move with me. You may move forward and backward by rolling the mouse wheel. So this is what you use for telekinesis. Or maybe a very weird and aggressive break spell. Actually, that could be a very precise break spell. Just drill out, drill back, drill out, drill back. That could be cool, actually. And how about Shape Cone? It's a flamethrower. It continuously channels up a stream. Wait, this can't be right. This is the description of Beam. I do love Chain, though. This little caveat here makes it a bit difficult, because the optimal chain would be a chain spell where you strike a block and miss, and it arcs from that block to the entity that you missed, but that's just not how it works explicitly. It could be good with Break as a vein miner. It could drill up trees. But the best use of it is you have to hit a mob directly, and then other mobs get blasted. So this is your earliest AoE spell. Projectile now has access to radius. I do think Cone has the wrong description, though we'll have to try it. Right now, though, let's just get this teleport spell scribed, and we'll deal with that in a bit. How about that magnet ring? I know what goes into that. We need to take a soul gem and stick it into a ring. And then our familiar will be the greedy familiar. Yeah, when capturing a familiar ring, it increases the pickup range of the wearer. So this will allow me to vacuum in blocks. It's not my favorite familiar ring, but it's probably the best that I currently have reasonable access to. I mean, Cthulhu gives you water breathing, which certainly isn't terrible. The Devil has fire immunity, which is huge. Just imagine a ring that makes you immune to fire and lava permanently. I could do that now. It's just lava and bones. The Deer's jump boost, not interested. The Chimera... The Chimera does a lot of things. I don't really want to ride the Chimera. Beholder is weird. If it didn't do the highlight to enemies thing, which is inflict glow within a radius, I'd love it. Because, you know, it laser beams enemies. And it can also chain with the Shub-Niggurath familiar to be even stronger. Shub is difficult to get, though, and not really worth it in the long run. Bat, Night Vision. The Demonic Partner again, which, you know, cooks food, better potions. Can't be stored in a familiar ring. It's kind of strange. The Drick Ring. Drickwing is my favorite. Drickwing is crazy. 7 jumps, permanent slow fall. The jumps themselves are boosted. You're basically a bird with a Drickwing ring. Dragon Familiar, increased XP. That's interesting. The Guardian, extra lives. The Mummy is a combatant and grants you a dodge percentage. I don't know what that percentage is, but you can dodge. Also, why was this red? Why is it purple now? Does it have a random color? It must. Parrot Familiar does nothing. Oh. So you kill a chicken, tell your summon Foliot to become a parrot, and sometimes the Foliot becomes a chicken again. So you have to just retry with all the materials in a new book. Why? Why would you introduce potential failure into basically a bird transmutation? And very familiar. Drains life from enemies, prevents other familiars from dying, and buffs other familiars. So there are a lot of potential effects here. A lot of fun stuff. And they can also be resurrected. They now drop soul shards. And there's the Otherworld Essence. And you just use the Otherworld Essence in an Aviar circle to resurrect any dead familiar. Powerful. Anyway, we want a greedy. But before we make a greedy, we need to turn one of our soul gems into a ring. So that's 2 silver, 2 gold, and a green book. In Strigaor's binding. I need to just make spare books. Feather. Ink. Green dye. It's still writing this spell. And maybe because it ran out of materials to do so. Yes, because it ran out of arcane ash. I didn't know that was a thing that could happen. I thought it just consumed everything and then started the timer. I need more arcane ash, which is more arcane compound, which is Vintium, bone ash, flour. Compound and compound. Yeah, I have this whole workbench here, but I've never used it. Green book. Give it a name. 2 gold. That silver's downstairs. And one of these. And you know what? Oh, also, he's after me. These pixies are after me. Because I'm now a faction member. Two silver. 2 gold. 2 silver. A soul gem. And the book. That'll just pop in when it's ready. Now the greedy. Sacrifice zombie. So I'm going to need to capture a zombie. It's also apparent that I'm going to need a way to defend myself from the faction enemies now. This chicken is clearly a stray. Pixie down. That skeleton is throwing things at me. Because he is undead faction. Basically, the world has simply become a far more hostile place. This guy, at least, is my friend. Yeah, another pixie. That pixie is too fast. Catch me now, you little monster. Creeper, Enderman. Haven't seen a single zombie all night. Oh no, death cap. Yep. The world has become that much more hostile. This is the wrong door. I'm looking for the flesh lab to put away my harvest loot. Anyway, the ring is ready. The broom would have picked it up. What else do we need besides a zombie? Hopper, dispenser, block of iron, chest. Block of iron. Chest. Dispenser. And one more chest. And what kind of book? A folio book. Dye, feather book, white dye, Berserking Ash is ready. I'll have to make the spell eventually. I also want Cone Transmute. Which just has width and depth. I don't think I care about duration. But I do want to put radius on it. Vintium Manaweaver's Wand. Maybe Cone is a continuous channel. Do I have projectile? Yes. So yeah, I'll just make it a cone. Cone Transmute. Should be fun. Now I got all this ash. A spell to construct. And I still need a zombie. While also needing to not get shredded by the new faction NPCs that have just activated. That's maybe the hard part. Now, what circle is this done at? Hedron's Lure. Which is Tier 1 Possession. Hopper. Chest. Dispenser. Iron block. Now I just need the zombie. Cactus machine has kind of done its job. I don't feel like I need to harvest it. Give me feathers. I'd say that worked with fortune. Oh, and it also counted with this in my offhand. So we're getting flesh plunder resources as well. I guess that's the secret. Hold flesh plunder in offhand. That should be enough. Oh no. Actually, I haven't seen you in a long time. Quick Latch. Torn journal page on poison. Slime balls. Some interesting offers. Things I wish you would have come by with earlier. Because his offerings are currently quite irrelevant. I wonder if it would be easier just to find a zombie down in the depths. I mean, I've certainly seen fewer faction NPCs underground. Not zero, not by any means zero, but fewer. And they still, oh well, they've already made a liar of me. The thing is, most faction NPCs come in two types: regular and elite. The death cap that completely poisoned and shredded us earlier was the elite variant of the little mushroom, of that little mushroom boy over there. And here comes another one, so I'm getting in this guy. Screw you, buddy. You're not taking me out that quick again. I don't know what to do from here, though. So we'll just leave them alone. They can be sad over there. And there's skeleton things in that direction. So I'm just not having a good time as far as avoiding faction NPCs goes. That's a pixie. That's more great news. Aha. Zombie decided. Scoop. We got it, boys. Time to go. Now we come right over here. Place the book. And that won't do anything right now. Take my familiar ring. Place zombie. Murder zombie. And the summoning begins. And there he is. My greedy familiar, who collects drop-off items and gives them directly to me. Or... oh. I didn't notice his backpack was actually a mimic before. That must be a new animation. Come on. Stop. Yeah, he's got a little eyeball creature in his backpack. That is cool. But putting him in a ring forever. Let's just remove that death marker. And this, because we looted that. We don't need the bees marker anymore either, because I have bees. And we stole the villagers. Alright, so what goes into self-recall? Mode of Ender. Well, we're making another moat ritual, aren't we? Mode of Ender is an interesting one because it has to... I always build my Moat of Ender room with machinery. So I can toggle the lighting. Let's make sure that's still necessary. That would be the Cold Dark? No, that's ally with the undead. Endless Void. All ritual runes must be in complete darkness. And now we can just pull out 5 pistons. Six slime balls. Again, is there a way to get slime balls other than... It's just buying them from the trader. I am not doing that. So I guess we keep that swamp on speed dial. I might as well just put the quartz and glowstone into the storage system. It'll just be easier that way. Okay. Ritual of the Cold Dark. Another 7x7. There's the door mechanism. Which, yes, is necessary. Here's where we'll put the switch. And then the 7x7 ritual begins here. Five, 6. That's not good. 7. That's it. We're casting break. Oh no. The cactus machine is here. Well, I guess what that means is that our 7x7 is extending in this direction more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. One, two, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. This is becoming more and more problematic. This is the water from the cactus farm. So I guess we're going even further over. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Any other problems other than projectile spell being strange? At least this is basically free XP. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, that's the room. We block off the ceiling, break out the floor. Jeez, the lingering spell projectiles here are so much worse than usual. And now we get to the unusual bit. Making the circuitry work. I think we're too close to the water, to the bubble vader, but I'll have to make do. And I can't just run the redstone here, because that's floor level. So we're going to have to go down a rank and activate these with repeaters from here. lot of planning goes into this one, and all the hovering spell projectiles are messing with me. I think this could be a job for black concrete. Oh, but I don't want to use my ink. You know what's a nice dark black block? Otherstone. And it doesn't even have any cosmetic variants. It's just Otherstone. I think we need a few repeaters here. Because, of course, it's not just down. I also need the redstone to go up. God, these broken projectiles are so bad. So that's the top. This won't trigger the bottom no matter what I do. So we got a minimum of 3 repeaters and possibly a 4th. Given the way this is shaping up, I'm pretty much betting on a 4th. Actually, that reaches. Power kind of gets down to the wire there, but it does reach. And is sneaking light sources down there because the worst thing in making a redstone circuit is having things spawn in your circuitry. I learned that the first time I ever did redstone, because I constantly had zombies just in my wiring tunnels. So since then I've been very particular about making sure that all of my nonsense is well lit back there, even though no one will ever see it. Now I just need a negative space block, 3 redstone repeaters, and that should about do it. This guy's still here. Let's just get cobble as dark as we can get it. Need rough skulls, maybe. Cobbled cobble. I need something even darker. But I don't think I have anything darker. Unless I can go darker with the deep slate. That is definitely darker. I think we go with the mini tiles. Which will mean cooking more deep slate. Looks like it'll take 30 deep slate to fill in the pattern. Here's the first 15. This is just going to take a while. There's no way around that. Oh, but this does mean I get to open my codex and find out what those now forbidden spell types do, like Backdraft. A target that is on fire is blasted by the amount of fire damage they were going to take. And then everyone around them is on fire. I feel like I've seen that in Ars Nouveau. Crucible. Crucible is the smelt spell. I can target myself to smelt an item in my offhand. Yep. Definitely would have liked to have that, but not at the cost of the other things that I would need to put up with. Speaking of putting up with things, this is a right mess. I messed it up a bit. What I needed right here was an inverter. So when the doors are open, the lights are on. When the doors are shut, the lights are off. Because I don't need that light anymore. Alright, let me get my pickaxe into the blood chest so it can repair before it breaks. Anything else need fixing while we're here? You don't. You have mending. You do. How's this coming? That's enough. We'll make those tiles. Pickaxe is ready. And I forgot something else I wanted to make. These. Bingo. I guess slabs would have been fine too, but I didn't feel like slabs, not today. There. Boom. Pitch dark. then we just polish deep slate the whole chamber to make the effect even more pronounced. Though I don't know about doing it over there. Because this is where all the water is. Or is it? It is. It's fine. I'll never see these blocks from the outside. Reload. No, yellow axes. Yellow X's in the wall where nobody cares. More deep slate. And there we go. We have a very dark cell. Where I can process my motes of Ender. With this slot. Got chalk and purified. And I don't have any of the other stuff I'm going to need. We're quickly getting to the point where, in order to make sure I have all my ritual supplies, I'm going to need chests of ritual supplies at every location. Because the pouch just can't handle it. Oh yeah, complete darkness. Activate. Now that tells me what I need. I'm pretty sure the black stained glass must be black stained glass. Yeah, these don't change, these aren't optional. The glow light is also a problem. But that's why I made sure to collect some. Dang it, did it again. The only real problem with my main weapon being a hammer is that if I right-click on a crafting table, it ceases to be a crafting table. Alright, black stained glass, glow lichen, pumpkin or melon. I don't know why it accepts melon, but that is not a question I'm gonna ask. Also, let's unchip this deep slate and store it. Anyway, back to the site. This gets us Ritual of the Void. Hit it. And prepare to symbol. Don't need that pin anymore. There is the Lord of Ender. Let's do it again. And we're not out of glow lichens, so one more time. One of the more frustrating ritual circles to build, but if you have all the ingredients available, then it's one of the least frustrating to actually employ. We just leave this room open, leave the lights on. That way it doesn't get full of creepers. Now, back to the recall spell. Pretty much all of this stuff I have. Though I could probably use a few more armor stands. got the dust. I've got both kinds of arrows in here. So I'm on my last spectral. String, book. I got a lot of storage. Rune, I've got. These I just made. Lead. I've got leads. I've got the crossbow. I've got the flower. I should probably repair bows in case it doesn't accept a damaged bow. And I need another trip hook. Nope, I have the trip hook. So once these bows are fixed up, we're all set. Oh. Invert, square, orb. So I still need 3 bottles. We'll just put those right there. It won't matter. Bows. Bows and crossbow are ready. Oh. I need a vellum to put it on. How about this other spell? Cone Transmute. Come on, you've got dust. It's right in here. You should not have trouble finding this dust. Found it now. Can it just... It can't. It can't access the looter chest. Well, that's an unpleasant revelation. Oh. And I left the motes in here. one of those. There it goes. Recall at the ready. Right where I want to see it. What does it do if I don't have a mark? Ah, I need a rune of marking for it to function. At least the Book of Marks still exists. Shall we also have a look at the tier 3 cantrips? Summon Grimoire. Up and down. Alright, spellbook is now completely outmoded. It is now Grimoire time. Twice as many slots. No storage slots, though. Bit of a shame. Because regular spellbook has all these slots that you can just store spells in. Grimoire does not. But that's okay, because the advantage of the Grimoire is extremely powerful. I just put all my expensive spells in here. Let's throw it in the fire. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Well, let's summon it again. Triangle. Invert triangle. It's back, and it still has all my spells in it. The power of Grimoire is incredible. Now, this spell needs 2 pufferfish, so I'm going to have to start fishing. What's going to be interesting about that is that I installed a mod that adds a lot more fishing rods. %1% times fishing level to get emeralds on catch. It costs 10 emeralds. 1% times fishing rod, but chance to repair rod on catch. But it's not clear how to get it. Meaty. Gain meat on catch. With meat bundles. Orally. Repairs and gets ores. Unclear how that happens. So I installed all these extra rod types, and they don't appear to do anything. I guess I'll make a crappie. And see what this regeneration is about. You got wheat coming in. Well, let's plant some more. I don't think wheat is my cash crop exactly. I think that's definitely the gourds, followed by carrots and potatoes. Look at all the carrots. Carrots are doing great. Alright, let's make this crappie rod. And see if it has any better durability than a regular rod. Hop and go. Straight to the river. Gotta get some pufferfish. Ordinary cod. No good. Also a cod. Uh-oh. Sounds like fishing is over. Because I have caught some flying manta rays. Losing mana because I need to repair my outfit. I guess one more catch to get that regeneration effect. Uh-oh. Vario. Screw the regen. Gotta go. They just showed up and started harassing me. What I need is a combat spell. Which will probably have to be a projectile. But emanations can be really powerful too. That's another pufferfish to make an emanation spell. What if I do projectile and then find a damage type? Lightning is pretty potent. Lightning also has that arcing chance. And I do like that arcing chance. I'll give it radius, so I can have the spell splash a bit, and increase its reach laterally. What's interesting here is that as you raise these modifiers, the cost of scribing the spell gets more costly. But if you don't raise them at all, then the scribing costs don't rise, and you can tweak these modifiers anyway after the fact by editing the completed spell. So what if it's not lightning? Because it's a mana cost of 30, which goes up rather dramatically as I increase these other variables. And now I've messed it up by moving them away from their defaults. There, that must be the default. So what if instead of lightning, I stick with arcane? That's much cheaper. It also doesn't need magnitude. Can't do anything with it. I'll definitely want a lightning spell, specifically so I can play with magnitude and make it rote. You know, learn the magnitude component for myself. Do I have speed? I do. Alright, let's write this. This will be my attack spell. Back to fishing. What's following me? A pixie. Got it. I guess in addition to fishing, I still need more ink sacks as well. Always need ink. As we've learned, just by holding the flesh plunder in our offhand, we get those materials as well. Look at all those salmon over there. The minimap is going nuts with how many gray dots that is. Okay. Did I just pull... Oh. Okay. Got an enchantment book. I guess we'll just let those stack until I go in. Still getting salmon and cod. Not a single puffer yet. Of which I now need at least 3. Is there another way to get pufferfish? Kill guardians. And kill pufferfish. Spawn biome any. You serious? So there could be pufferfish at one point. Someday. In the river. I don't think that's accurate. I think pufferfish are restricted to oceans. Lucky pad. Combine with a fishing rod for luck effect. How? In an anvil. Because it's not in the crafting table, in the crafting bench. Not in an anvil. So there's no indication of how this actually works. Alright, well, we're a little stuck on that, aren't we? There's one puffer. Don't know what. Pad fragment. Don't know what the mystery item was still. That's a second puffer. We're getting there. Another enchantment. Amazing way to get enchantments, apparently. Not that I want any right now. I'm just in it for the fish. Epic enchantment book. Okay. That continues to explain nothing. Like, what enchantments does this mod consider? At what rarity tier? Oh, nightfall. We're gonna get jumped some more. Alright, pulled it too soon. That's our lucky pad fragment. Which they're no good if I don't know how to use them. And that's our third puffer. Can this combine now that it's leveled up? No. Still no idea how that works. So this is cone transmute, which I do need. Dust, silver, daylight detector. Well, we get the dust. Dust goes there. We have silver. We'll need more, which is why I'm making this spell. Daylight detector, pufferfish. Daylight detector, pufferfish. Arcane stone, Denova 5 Chimerite. Desert Nova 5 Chimerite. Hopper flint. We've got the flint. Hopper. Vintium Manaweaver's Wand. Which I think is the one made with Vintium metal. Yep, 2 Vintium ingots and a dust. Our iron is beginning to trouble me. Don't have enough iron. Let's see what these enchantments are. Common, common, common. Piercing 2. Unbreaking 2. Sharpness 2. Okay. Not bad. And then the epic. Sharpness 4 and channeling. I wonder if I can cram sharpness onto my hammer. Kinda doubt it, though. Oh, it won't go onto the hammerhead. It won't go onto the hammer butt. It definitely won't go onto the handle. That would make no sense. So that answer is no. Alright. Vintium Manaweaver's Wand. And that should be everything except the Arcane Sandstone and Arcane Stone. only way to get that is with a transmute spell. Double square. And they went over here. Bop. So there's the Arcane Sandstone. And the Arcane Stone. So that should be the whole spell, except, of course, for whatever I need to bottle. Fulgur. I don't know Fulgur. That's 5 bottles. I just realized that it's actually consuming the bottles. Instead of emptying them. Inverso to Orbis. And a Triangulus. I guess consuming the bottles that I use to knit. Well, we'll check. 11 glass, it won't restack. They won't conveniently restack. If they were not consumed, if they were just emptied, then there would be single stack empty bottles. I also need one of these. So we'll get this going, which should complete. And I need to runesmith a marking rune. Marking rune's a little tricky because it's not entirely clear how long these parts are. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 sections across. And then that looks like 3 down, but it's not really clear. And then straight down. That's it. That's done it. Oh, right. I forgot about that particular ingredient. That's a water rune. let me slap that together as quickly as possible. Rune pattern water. Repair these tools. Superheated Ventium. Put back the chisel. Use the hammer. Nope, and it took it right off the anvil. I guess that works for me. And there's my transmute spell. And what do we do with the transmute spell? We make a mockery of all this copper. Hopefully. Well, it works exactly how I want it to. I guess it is a little bit of a short-range beam, but I can work with that. I can make it wider and taller. Exactly that wide and tall. Could I have put duration on it? I could have. Technically, I still can. It's just a more difficult process. Alright, we now have all this magic silver. And more iron. And I was making this book of marks. That's not enough paper. But it will be. Now I have a convenient fork to hold all of my marking runes for teleportation. One of them is going to have to be right here. That goes in the first position. I can put that in my offhand, select recall, and bop, snap right back to that position at any time. As long as I'm within 500 blocks, of course. But that is a pretty powerful ability. Next up, I need to make my arcane damage spell, which has, oh boy, a lot of components. One of them is apparently any wand. Let's give Touch Possession a try. I just want to see what that does. No. Get in here. Right, Touch Possession. Does this work on animals? Ah! I am a sheep. I have become sheep. I can control and pilot sheep very awkwardly, because the sheep is also trying to move. That is not a bad spell. Kind of a shame that it's, I think, undead locked. Yeah, undead get all the best mind control. Anyway, a wand. Any old wand, really. Another pufferfish. Allium, Desert Nova. I've got Allium. I need a Desert Nova where it can be reached. What is all this sandstone doing here? 2 red runes, and then every type of sword. that's a gold sword. An iron sword. A wooden sword. A stone sword. All the way up to a diamond sword. Every sword that's fit to sword. Come to think of it, I don't want it taking these swords. So we'll hide them in a chest we know it can't search. Though theoretically, I could have stripped the enchantments off of these and had it use those. Okay, crossbow. Got it. Dispenser. Don't have it. A written book. 2 dust. Got it. Daily detectors and arrows. Got them. Written book, though. That's kind of a weird order. There. That's a written book. One, two, three, 4 more glyphs. They are light blue, white, purple, and yellow. Yellow. That gets us toward light blue. Also purple. This gets us white. White. Yellow. Purple. And now I have the blue. There's the light blue. Three Chimerite, another water rune. Get the rune pattern ready. Another bow, sugar, redstone, snowball. Got the sugar. Don't have the bow. There's a bow. Bow, sugar, redstone, snowball. Snowballs. So it's just the water room. Which I will want to copy this time. I also want to make one of these. So maybe I could have this thing have access to my entire storage network. I'm just curious if it worked that way. Room, water, piece of paper, piece of charcoal, water rune batter. And that should do it, except for the missing vellum again. Oh, and the mana weave bottles. I always forget those. How many bottles is it? 2, 3, 4, 5. Two Adamas and an Inverso. And then Triangulus Orbeus. And that should do it. No sneaky moats in here or anything. I should just have everything. So while that's processing, I will make myself a wormhole. It's done. Already. Wow. And that's it. We have our first little projectile spell. Which I give it a little splash, crank the damage a bit, and make it faster. Much faster. In fact, let's just crank it as high as it'll go. In every way. Well, that's what the arcane damage projectile looks like. I should also kind of look at my affinity here. Because I am full on Earth. What does that... Does that still do things? Affinities. Wizards can cast spells of the same element with greater ease, can memorize that affinity faster, and it gets more difficult with opposing. Earth is opposed by air, so I'm going to have a harder time with air spells. I hope that's it. In fact, let's turn down the splash a little bit. Alright, now with some white dye, we should be able to make a wormhole. Smack it down near the arcane altar. And maybe that means it'll be able to pull ingredients directly from my main storage. This will be a binding recipe. Frame, 2 quartz, pearl, book. I guess it'll be done when it's done. Fermented spider eye directly into a water bottle. That's easier than I remember. And a boop. We just have too many wheat seeds. Way too many. Oops. Riveting gameplay, I'm sure. But it gets rid of the seeds. I don't remember if this can be done via hopper. Alright, perfect. Now we head downstairs and do some trading. Maybe I can get some more bookshelves. He doesn't buy carrots. Why did I bring the carrots? Right, bought an ink to level him up. He sells bone feather charms. Not a bad buy, really. Though I don't think they stack. Kind of a shame. And this guy... Yeah, I'll take an unfired plate. That'll level you up. And he just sells rings flat out. I'd rather take a few more marking rings. That's all I can afford. Need more silver. You know what? You're going in the converter. Now you're a zombie. So there. Librarian. Also going in the converter. He'll be a while. It's fine. I can enchant the Arcanist's ink. I didn't know that. I did know that the ink goes into the rote book. Anyway, leaving behind my villagers to be tormented. Deathcap. Deathcap way too fast. Still killed it. Very poisoned, though. Yikes. It dropped wool? No. I killed some of my creatures. That's what happened. How many did I kill and how upset do I need to be? No, it's enough sheep. That's barely enough cow. Animal pen is fine. Okay. Mage Bullet is getting it done. And I can use the Plunderer for looting. And flesh things. The trouble, of course, is that the spell is rather expensive. But I knew that would be an issue. I just didn't think it would be this much of one. Look at that blood tank. Very nice. That tops everything off. Except this, which has way too much capacity to ever be filled. At least not easily. All these spare mage blocks can go here. The flesh-based blocks can go where they belong. Getting a lot of sinew. And how's the zombie converting going? Runesmith is done. He now has dramatically reduced prices. Let's get the farmer in there. Spellmonger's next. Never mind that. I just need to plant more potato. Actually, wasn't there... Yeah, a farmer block. Panes, ingots, dirt, no water bucket. I'm not familiar with this one. It just has an output slot, though. Can I just input potato? Input potato. Potato. Oh yeah, that planted the potato. Now the librarian is done. Bookshelves now only cost 3. Fabulous. When the farmer is done, our emeralds will be cheaper. Books translate directly into emeralds. That's kind of a one-to-one there, isn't it? 1 book to 1 emerald. That's 3 books to the bookshelf. Also, paper's better. Pretty nice. also might have to take my butcher knife out again because our tallow supply is beginning to slip. What else do we need to do here? Oh, the Eldritch Orb. The Sanctum invocation. I kind of want to bang out a Ritual of Homestead. That used to be a requirement. It used to have. It was either specifically a Ritual of Homestead or perform a Tier 3 ritual. Oh, I can make name tags. Neat. I don't remember what the Belt of Locks is for. We have all these contingent charms. The famed illusion block. Used to love those things. Still do. When it's just me, there's no point. Urn of Infinite Water. Why is transmuted silver twice? There. Don't suppose it matters. Now we're in Tier 3, and my Tier 3 artifacts are Eldrin Sight Unguent and Bracelet of Eldrin Power. I can also make Arcane Sentries, but I can't fuel them. Charms and Crystals. Ring of the Enderman, I believe, works with the Blink spell specifically. Ring of the Skies improves, I believe, Self-Fling. So that's about the size of things. The Bracelet and the Sight Unguent. Can I make Eldrin Flight yet? Yep. That's possible with a Mode of Magic. Very simple spell, but caps out my complexity. Well, let's write it anyway. I'll need it. I guess is our final trick for the day. Finally, what do these spells do? Get a little distance away so I don't make any silly mistakes with them. Self Mana Shield Light. Not that great. Wave Impale. I actually want to see this one in action. Wow. Wave has for a long time been my favorite shape. Hey, Spider. Oh. Hey, Elite Hulk. Pointy. I think he's stuck. Yeah, he spawned with his head in the tree. How sad. Spike? Spike? I will finish you with Mage Bullet. He got big. Now he really is suffocating in the tree. Because he has a self-buff rage mode that makes him so big that he suffocates in the tree. No, stop suffocating, let me kill you. Spell Bullet. Bullet the Pixie. These pixies will not get the better of me now. You have a shovel? I have spikes. I love how it cleans up the snow. That's funny. What am I looking at over there? There's some kind of red map icon this way. It is a skeleton assassin. And it deflected my spell. Did you see my spell just bounce off of it? Nope. Have spikes. Spikes. Death. The spike spell is very cool. It's not super effective unless it does that. Does it always bounce if they're not have a ceiling? I guess it might. I kind of like this staff. This is a nice staff. There's fish down there. Creeper. Right this. Oh, creepers. Have spike. It does bounce. Unless it completely doesn't. Spike. Stab. guess the falling onto the spike part doesn't count as me damaging them. Oop, Barkling. Barkling down. Yeah, you guys want to play with me now? Wizard gun. Wizard gun. Anyway. Oop. Enough of the marks in here. On with the poison sacks. Wave Impale is fun. Definitely an interesting sample of of that spell. I don't think I'll make an Impale spell myself. Now let's get that wormhole, get it installed, and in the future we can see if it works the way I think it might. Where is it? What are you doing here? Get back in your corner. We've got iron, copper, and silver to process, as well as gold. All that's good. Take the blaze powder. Do you have it? No. Do you have it? No. And I don't have it. So I can only conclude that the wormhole was crafted, dropped out of the room's reach, I guess, and then wasn't swept up. This is why I play in cheat mode. For when things like this happen. Lost items because some game interaction or other. There. Now we have our wormhole. That should have been crafted and placed and whatever. Now it's linked. And now I put it right there. So maybe the Altar of Arcana can pull items from it. Who knows? The experiment continues. But with that done, I am calling it for the day. It has been a fine time. We can teleport now. We gained a major level and everything. And I will be back tomorrow to see what further progress we can put together. Until then.